One, two. One, two. Good morning.
Hallo Nick, goed met jou?
Good morning. I hope you're all well. We have tea and sandwiches downstairs if you need any. Thank you. The program's going to start at 8:30.
Good morning to the colleagues in the room as well as the colleagues on the platform. Welcome to day 5 of the Food Systems National Investigative Inquiry into Food Systems in South Africa. We will start with our first stakeholder, NEDLAC, who were warned the last time to before the commission. So I'll ask the representatives to take the witness podium. Oh, before I start that, let me reintroduce the panel. To my right, Commissioner Nomahlubi Gwinana. To my left, Commissioner Pili Lentuli, as well as our evidence leaders. Ntuli, and apologies for that. And we will then promptly start with our NEDLAC stakeholders.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So as you recall, in the last engagement, you were warned. Do you still stand by the binding oath that you took?
I do.
I see that you're also with a colleague.
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. You are now given the opportunity to make presentations, 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. We will do it in 2 parts. I will do a bit of an intro and
Just once more.
please state the names.
Yeah, thank you. Can you
Okay,
just
thank you very
names once
much.
and for the record?
Thank you very much. My name is Makuku Mampuru. I'm the Executive Director of NEDLAC. I'm joined by my colleague, Vuisa Tafa. He's the Manager for Public Finance and Monetary Policy Chamber at NEDLAC. He joins me in his capacity, which ended last week as acting to IC, but because we had been working on the submission together, we continue to this day. I'll do a bit of an intro into NEDLAC. I won't dwell too long in it. It will help us to contextualize the presentation we'll be making and the responses to the questions that we asked. Now, I like saying NEDLAC is one of those relics of a negotiated settlement. One of the first to be established by a post-apartheid government. It was established in 1995. As you know, CODESA was the thing, and NEDLAC basically became the workplace CODESA. Except in our case, we also include community in the social partners that are represented at NEDLAC. So it is government, it is business, it is organized labor, and it is a communities in society. Our mission is to promote growth, equity, and participation in social dialogue, and we give effect to our act by ensuring effective public participation in labor market and socio-economic policy and legislation, and we facilitate consensus and cooperation between government, labor, business, and community. And those are our values: accountability, transparency, integrity, and ethical conduct. We give a bit of detail on our act. It's one of those, as I said, the first ones in 1990 that came into effect in 95, but it was enacted in 1994. We seek to strive to promote goals of economic growth. We seek to reach consensus and conclude agreements pertaining to social and economic policy. We consider all proposed labor legislation that relates to labor market policy before those being introduced to Parliament, all significant changes to social and economic policy before implementation or introduced to Parliament, and we encourage and promote formulation of coordinated policy on social and economic matters. And of course, in terms of Section 77 of the Labor Relations Act, we seek to resolve socio-economic disputes. So organized labor, when they have, they plan on going on socio-economic strikes, they go to us. There's, yeah, I'll just use this. I usually just focus here to give a bit of a sense. So think of us in terms of 444. The first four is the constituencies that constitute us. It's business, and in this case, it's Business Unity South Africa. Labor at Network, there's 4 federations: COSATU, NACTU, FEDUSA, and SAFTU. In terms of government, there's 4 key departments at Network, and each one, as you look to your right, is a manifestation of the chambers of Network. The first department is Department of Employment and Labor, which is the convening department of government at Network. The Department of Trade and Industry is the convening department in the Trade and Industry Chamber of Network. The Department of Employment and Labor is the convening department in the labor market. The Department of Infrastructure Development is the convening department in the Development Chamber of Network. The Department of Treasury, the National Treasury, is the department in the Public Finance and Monetary Policy Chamber, which Vuisa heads. And then there's a 4th constituency, which is the community. And in the community constituency, there's 6 constituencies represented. It's the Women's National Coalition. All 6 representative constituencies are sort of federations in themselves. The Women's National Coalition will have amongst its member organizations the various women's leagues and all of that. The civics organization, SANCO, the Youth Council, Disabled People South Africa, the National Cooperatives Association of South Africa, as well as Financial Sector Campaign Coalition. We go to the right of that schematic. Right at the top is our governance structures. Our National Annual Summit is our highest decision-making structure. Just below it is the Executive Council, which meets at least 4 times a year on a quarterly basis and approves our work, our continuous work on a quarterly basis. The Management Committee recommends to the Executive Council all that work. And then there are the chambers that I've spoken about. The Green Chamber, that's the Development Chamber. That's the chamber in which the Department for Public Works and Infrastructure is the convening department of government, and all our 4 constituencies are represented in that chamber. The remainder of the chambers, the 3 chambers, it's only the 3 representative constituencies that are represented. So there's the Trade and Industry Chamber, there's the Public Finance and Monetary Policy Chamber, in which occasionally the community constituency comes in. Then there's the Labor Market Chamber, which is these 3. And then, of course, there's it's a new intro. There's the National Dialogue. It's a program. There's the Presidential Climate Commission. Is a program. The Presidential Climate Commission is written in invisible ink there. And then right at the bottom is the Secretariat. I thought to give this context because what we're going to be presenting is essentially work that has come as a result of the manifestation of how we do this work. So over and above those chambers, we also establish what we call task teams. And I'm going to the next slide now. We establish task teams, and the task teams respond to whatever may be current at the time. For example, during COVID, the reconstruction and that RRP thing was an outcome of discussions at NEDLAC. There's been other task teams that have resulted in tangible, actual organizations. For example, Proudly South African is a product of discussions at NEDLAC. The job summits have produced other outcomes. Now, with respect to this particular matter, we have established a task team on cost of living. in which all 4 constituencies are represented. And it is the work of that task team that we'll be reporting to you about. And that's where we think as NEDLEG we can make some contribution to the hearings as they unfold. I'm going to hand over to Vuisa to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Edie, and good morning once again to the commissioners and everyone in the room and online. As Edie has indicated, my name is Vuisa Tafa, and I'm the manager responsible for public finance and monetary policy chamber at NEDLEG. In terms of the cost of living task team, the ED has outlined that there are a number of outcomes that have come out of NEDLEG, including the job summit, the issues of minimum wage and everything else. So during COVID pandemic, South Africa's economy faced significant pressures, particularly to cost of living. As a result, social partners at NEDLEG decided to establish a task team, which was at that time called Cost of Living Rapid Task Team, but recently it has been renamed to Cost of Living. So I'm just going to outline the purpose for that task team. In terms of its scope, it was to actually monitor and analyze drivers of cost of living increases, including administered prices, food value chains, energy cost, as well as transport-related cost. To also consider measures to alleviate pressures on poorest, most vulnerable, including social protection instruments such as the SRD, which is also an outcome of NEDLEG during the COVID period. The third element of the scope of the work of the task team was to engage in ways to reduce food insecurity and hunger through stronger partnerships across social partners, which it has already outlined, which is government, civil society, business, as well as labor. And to track and support implementation of the National Food Security Plan. And the last one was to address the energy food nexus, including the impact of load shedding at that time. The task team has been meeting frequently in the past years, and its last meeting, I think it was around September last year or so. So what I'm gonna give you now in terms of my next phase of presentation is to really attempt to respond to the questions that were raised by the Commission before we came here. So one of the questions that were raised by the Commissions out of the 6 is, how has NEDLEG incorporated the constitutional right to food into its social and economic policy deliberation? And to what extent has hunger and food insecurity been treated as a core labor development and justice issues within its forums? I'm just reading out these questions for the benefit of everyone who has not really had a sight of these questions. So in terms of our response, we indicated that within NEDLEG's social dialogue framework, the constitutional right to access sufficient food is engaged primarily through discussions on food affordability, food security, and the broader cost of living pressures affecting households. In recognition of escalating living costs and their impact on vulnerable households, NEDLEG social partners, as I've already indicated, established this task team called Cost of Living as a standing platform. This is a standing platform at NEDLEG under emerging issues structure, which is a MENCO task team. It's a standing item or a standing platform. Usually in NEDLEG, a task team will be established for a certain period of time. They would usually lapse after 6 months, but for this particular one, it is a standing item that is part of the NEDLEG structures, particularly under emerging issues. So the establishment of this task team does reflect shared recognition among social partners that rising cost of basic goods and services, particularly food, poses significant risk to social stability, inclusive economic reconstruction, and households' well-being. The cost of living examines short-term cost pressures and structural drivers of affordability, including the dynamics within food value chains, as I've indicated, the issues of energy cost, administered pricing, as well as the transport cost. Within these engagements, affordability and food security have been treated as a central issue affecting workers, unemployed persons, and vulnerable communities. The work of the task team builds on the earlier food and fuel increase rapid response task team, which I referred to initially during COVID. This is what it was referred to, but it has since changed to cost of living task team. The previous task team was convened during the period of significant prices. That initiative focused on identifying urgent interventions to mitigate immediate pressures on households, while the current cost of living has adopted a broader scope and more sustained focus on structural drivers of cost of living. Through these mechanisms, NETLAC provides a forum where social partners can engage on intersections between economic policy, labor market dynamics, and the progressive realization of socio-economic rights, including the right to food. So that's basically the first question that was asked by the Commission. And the second one really talked to wages, employment, and food affordability. I'm not going to read the entire question, but in terms of our response, we had said that NETLAC engagements have consistently recognized the relationship between wages, employment conditions, as well as social protection measures and household affordability. Within the task team, stakeholders examine how rising prices, particularly food prices, affect the purchasing power as well as household income. These discussions take place in context of broader economic challenges, including stagnant wages, unemployment, and the increasing reliance on vulnerable households on social grants. The task team considered a range of factors affecting affordability, which talks to food price trends and drivers within the food value chain, the impact of energy and transport costs, the adequacy of social protection instruments such as social relief of distress grant and child support grant. By bringing together representatives, as I've outlined, the 4 representatives, organized labor, business, constituencies, and government, the task team provides a space to consider the relationship between the market outcome, income support measures, and access to essential food goods such as food. I think the third question talked to corporate power pricing as well as the market access. And just to summarize the question, it says, what discussions or agreements have taken place within NETLAC regarding food prices? In our response, we indicated that NETLAC has facilitated discussions on food prices, market concentration, and corporate conduct through monitoring food prices, food price increases, and input cost with inputs from the Competition Commission. This means we have had Competition Commission as well coming to NETLAC presenting on some of these issues. We also do reporting potential anti-competitive behavior in food value chain. We also discuss policy instruments to alleviate cost of pressures. I'll just give some examples. For example, in 2024, we deliberated on regulations regarding relating to food labeling, food security, and compliance costs, as well as the circular from National Treasurer called Circular 21, which talks to Consumer Protection and Protection Act provisions. So basically, these processes helped highlight barriers to entry and reduce compliance burdens for smaller food actors, thereby supporting affordability. This is where also the discussions of the 10 best buys were held in this task team. We further received Competition Commission's presentation. Do you want to interject? Then.
Remind you that you have less than 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I'm almost done. Thank you. I'll try to be as quick as I can. So we have these organizations such as Competition Commission coming to present to NETLAC on competitive issues. While NETLAC does not exercise regulatory Authority, it plays an important role in facilitating social dialogue between all four social partners. I think the second last question talked to inclusion of small-scale producers and informal food sectors actors into our discussions. NEDLAC's institutional structure is based on representation through 4 constituencies, which were outlined when Edie talked about the structure. And community constituency, fortunately, does serve in this task team, which deals with food security and food issues. Through the community constituency, NEDLAC ensures that small-scale farmers, informal traders, and food bankers are represented at NEDLAC. As you have seen, the list of community representatives include cooperatives that would come and serve into these task teams. And just to give an example, that discussions within the cost of living included support for emerging farmers, food banks, and food waste reduction initiatives. In 2025, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment presented its food loss and waste strategy, which emphasized the food donation program. But nevertheless, the barriers remain at NEDLAC, a challenge in many social platforms, including NEDLAC, whereby there are limited resources for participation and there are limited capacity, but NEDLAC does explore various ways in which they can capacitate the social partners to participate effectively within NEDLAC. For example, we have a program 3 at NEDLAC which talks to capacity building, particularly capacitating business as well as community and labor constituencies to be well represented and to be well versed with issues they engage in within NEDLAC. The second last question, Chair, it talks to social compacts and policy outcomes and accountability that NEDLAC has contributed to. And we, in terms of our response, we have indicated that the primary role of NEDLAC is to facilitate social dialogue that can contribute to policy alignment and the development of social compacts among the country's economic stakeholders. Discussions within the task team include potential policy instruments such as subsidies, taxes, tariffs, tax measures, and interventions relating to administered pricing as well as basic services. The task team tracks implementation of national policy frameworks relevant to food security, including what I've already articulated to the National Food Security Plan, and receives updates from various government or relevant stakeholders, particularly in this case from government departments responsible for the implementation of the National Food Security Plan. I'm just going to jump to the next question, Chair. Apologies for that. I'm just going to jump to the next question, but before I do that, let me just highlight some of the engagements that have been held by the task team. For example, we engaged within the task team on the fuel negotiations led by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. At that time, the department has since changed the name, but before it has changed, we engaged on fuel levy negotiations. We also engaged on issues of social grants with DSD. As a result, the distress fund or the social grant for distress was an outcome of NEDLAC during the COVID. We also engaged on the food regulations, as I've outlined previously. We deliberated on food labeling donation guidelines, as well as the compliance cost reforms to reduce barriers for small producers and improve affordability. Let me jump to the last question, Chair, which talks to gaps, limitations, and reforms. Because of time, Chair, to summarize this is that the structure of NEDLAC is we reach consensus in terms of agreements. We don't do agreements by vote or any other way, but we do them by consensus. And some of the limitations which we've already talked to is the capacity constraints across constituencies, particularly the 3 constituencies, labor, business, and community. And the next element of limitations is that NEDLAC is not necessarily an implementer of any legislation or policy. We don't enforce implementation, but we build consensus to strengthen policies and legislation. But unfortunately, we don't implement, we are not the implementers, but we do monitor the implementation of the legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, we end our presentation with an indication of the membership of the task team we're talking about, so that it gives you a sense of the representation in the discussions.
Thank you so much. I'll hand over to the evidence leaders.
Good morning. Let me start by introducing myself. I'm Stephen Devereaux, and I will start off, and then evidence leader Malombo will take over. Thank you very much for your submission and your presentation. This commission is especially interested in areas of NEDLAC's work that engage directly with the food system or the right to food, and I note that you highlighted that in your presentation. For example, several of the chambers appear to work directly or indirectly with the food system or the right to food. But your submission highlights in particular the cost of living task team, and so I want to ask some questions about that. Firstly, just a yes or no. Does this task team fall under the development chamber, or is it cross-cutting across more, including trade and industry, public finance, and the labor market chambers? Just a yes or no to that one.
Hence, we call it a MENCO chamber. So, MENCO task. So there are task teams that fall directly under chambers, and then there are task teams that are called MENCO task teams. And MENCO task teams, just a euphemism for saying they are chaired by executive director.
Thank you. I note that the cost of living task team monitors both short-term cost pressures and the structural drivers of affordability of food, energy, transport, and other basic needs. And also interested to see that the task team tracks implementation of key national policy frameworks relevant to food security, including the National Food Security Plan. And your TORs, the COLTS TORs, include monitoring price increases and input costs within value chains. So I just wanted to ask firstly, where is that price monitoring captured? And do you have any reports or data that NEDLAC can share with us relevant to the price increases and costs within value chains?
We can add, we have stacks and stacks of records of our meetings that include presentations that would have been made. One of the most consistent participants at this task team is the Competition Commission, and on a quarterly basis, they track and monitor all those developments, including anti-competitive behavior, price increases, and all that. I think Visa can add.
Thanks. I think you've covered it.
Okay.
We've got a whole lot of documentation, including minutes and
That was-
summary reports.
That was my next question. So I'm looking particularly for outputs from NEDLAC itself or from the cost of living task team. If there are any that you could share with us, even, for example, the minutes of those meetings, that would be very helpful for the Commission to understand your deliberations, the kind of issues you discuss, the kind of findings that you reach, and the resolutions. So not the presentations that are made by people that come, like the Competition Commission, but the outputs generated by the task team itself. That would be helpful to have as a supplementary. Now I note that the cost of living task team has identified several drivers of food unaffordability, one of them being social protection. You mentioned that you're monitoring the adequacy of social protection instruments such as the SRD grant and the child support grant. So can we assume that you concluded as a task team that social grants are inadequate? And if so, what specific remedies have you proposed in terms of economic policy, social protection, regulation of food system actors? What kind of recommendations or remedies follow from your findings about the drivers of food unaffordability?
I'm not sure if we have concluded. You know, I always say, if we ever get to a point where all four our constituencies agree on anything, I'm about to lose my job. So yes, for example, issues around basic income grant keep coming up, but as you would imagine, they would in most instances be pushed by both organized labor and community constituents. And you would find not so much a pushback, but some kind of resistance from government and inferences that the social, the social protection mechanisms are either sufficient or the best that that government can do. So there may be some kind of common understanding, consensus that social protection measures are not adequate. But I'm not sure if we are quite on record across the four constituencies that there's agreement on that. But yeah, we can check what the record says.
Presumably that will be minuted, those discussions?
It would be minuted, yeah.
And those are available, they are on public record, so we can see those minutes?
What I just need to do is, but I don't think the constituencies will have issues with us sharing the records with the Human Rights Commission. I'll just need to satisfy myself that I've got their go-ahead to share that. What we usually do, because the minutes are an internal document, we have those discussions, and then we produce what we call almost consensus reports, which we take to Parliament and we take to everyone else. But I think what you are looking for is not so much the consensus report, because that's a reduced, not so much redacted version. It summarizes the deliberations, but you want to have the content. Right. So I'll have to have a discussion with them to see if I can share the actual detail.
Actually, I think we'd like both.
Both.
We'd like
both the part that...
The minutes and the consensus reports.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And I was going to come to that, actually, in terms of the process, because I note that you have representatives of organized labor, of business, of government, and of communities, or civil society, I guess. So my question there is, how do you reach some kind of consensus when you have obviously opposing views and interests represented? And maybe, for example, in some instances, organized labor and communities would have one view, whereas business and government might have another view. How do you reach consensus, or don't you achieve consensus?
You just summarized my dilemma. But for the most part, we come up with reports. For example, we went to Parliament and commended a report on tobacco. We had to list, enumerate areas of disagreement. There were many between business and government on the one side. For the most part, it was business on the one side, government on the other. Be it on labeling, be it on advertising, be it all of that. So, but still, we produce that as a consensus report that highlights points of difference, if it ever comes to that. The surprising, okay, we have not had to take this the work of this task team to Parliament, but surprisingly, there hasn't been a lot of differences in this task team. We have had unfortunate instances where I think for almost a year, business had withdrawn from the task team.
Why?
They had not. Okay, they won't say they had withdrawn. They were unable to get representation. So the Consumer Goods Council is the main representative of business on the task team. Them and the guys in petroleum and fuel. And for almost a year, we couldn't get both representatives from both to avail themselves to participate in the task team. We had discussions. They are back. Yes.
Good. I note that you've mentioned now several reports, several engagements with Parliament, etc. There's very little on your website, so I would encourage you to upload as many of those documents as you can. In the meantime, if you can share them with the Commission, but it would also be good for the public to have access to those reports as far as you can publish them. And my last question, Your main activity, of course, is facilitating dialogues, but I note that you also collaborate with partners on initiatives such as support for emerging and small-scale farmers, food banks and food distribution programs, community-based food stores, and projects to reduce food waste. These are very important practical initiatives, and I was just wondering if you can give us more details about, for example, how many farmers have been supported, where they are, how many food banks have been supported, where has surplus food been directed, and again, if you have any documentation on those initiatives, it would be helpful to have access to that.
Thank you. Let me get back to you on that. Get the necessary information. Thank you.
As a supplementary.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you, Prof, and thank you to colleagues for that presentation. Mine maybe is to start with the decision-making processes within a NADLAC. You've indicated that issues are discussed at the task team level. At what point do those discussions move from the task team to the bigger body for decision or consensus to be reached?
So it's an upward process. So on a so we have highlighted the hierarchy of decision making structures. We also have should I call them ad hoc decision making processes where if something is urgent, I run around robin it with the overall conveners of the 4 constituencies. But work like that one of the cost of living task team, because it's work that is continuous, would be processed through the normal governance structures of NETLAC.
No, I'm saying at what point then will those discussions, because I think your presentation, you say the task team has been discussing a lot of the issues around. So at what point then do those discussions move to the bigger body? Or and in this case, or let me add, have they already moved to that bigger body? Because much of your presentation was task team, the work that is being done by the task team.
Okay. I hope I understand. It's an almost permanent task team.
Yes.
So its work gets reported on an ongoing basis through the governance structures of NETLAC.
Okay, so the issues will not, so you mean on an ongoing issue basis, the issues are discussed in the bigger structure, higher up structures?
Yes.
Is that what you are saying? Okay. And you are saying to date there is no decision or consensus reached on those issues that have been discussed by the task team?
No, I'm not saying that. So because, for example, price monitoring of price escalation and that kind of thing, because it's a continuous thing. It would be reported on by the Competition Commission. When we next go to Management Committee and we are reporting on the work of NETLAC, would reflect on that in the report that we give to the Management Committee, which will eventually go to the Executive Council.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll come back to it, but differently later on. Let me now move on to my next question. Is the composition of the task team. Maybe if you can explain how the members are recruited, and also if you can explain the because I looking at the list, I can see that the task team is mainly comprised of business and government, and there's few civil society or community representation and labor representation. So basically, how was this composition decided upon, and how did you recruit the individuals into the task team? Especially your civil society, because I'm assuming government maybe is departments that delegate to the individuals and the like.
Yeah. So so there's 4 constituencies. As per the schematic that we gave under each of the constituencies, there's further constituencies. For example, under labor, there's the 4. Under communities, there's the 6. What we do, because this is a man-core task team, meaning that the determination of the members of the task team would be done through the overall conveners. So the overall convener for government, who happens to work for the Department for Employment and Labor, would identify the representatives of government. Of course, not necessarily himself saying this, but he would say, this task team is on cost of living. It's got implications for the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources. It's got implications for social development, for
Yes.
treasury, and then
I get
those
it.
departments
Yes.
would
Yeah.
add. So it goes the same with the other constituencies. They would do the same. So constituencies, for example, community, which would have fewer representatives, it may well be that
Yes.
they were only able to get those numbers.
Okay, so
Yes.
is basically you are saying is the constituency that limited itself?
Exactly.
Okay, because I was wondering then how is the decision making working if you have a task team that is dominated
Yes.
by certain groupings and underrepresented in certain areas. So you say is them that limited themselves.
them.
Okay, and the same with labor and the like. All right, thank you. Then let me move then to my next set of questions. I think you were engaged about the outcomes of the task team. You only really directly spoke to the issue of social grants to say that it was discussed and you have not reached consensus because there was a pushback from government. But I wanted to then engage you on the other key proposals that have been raised. The issue of regulation of food prices. Is this something that has been discussed at the task team level, because it keeps coming up as a proposal? And maybe if you can also explain similarly to how you've explained the pushback from government, because now at least we know who's pushing back in terms of social grants, who's pushing back in terms of the regulation of food prices and the reasons they're giving.
Okay, I wouldn't use the phrase pushback
I think you used it.
in my in my role. You want to?
Okay, who's not agreeing? Or maybe the reason there's no agreement. What are the reasons on the regulation of food prices, especially essential food items?
Thank you. I'm just going to be short on this one, and I need to be careful on how I say it in
Yes.
terms of pushback, because I'm here standing on behalf of social partners. Basically, there has been a little bit of disagreement, particularly from the business constituency, on the issue of food labeling and food regulations. And some of the reasons for them is that it's not practical to implement some of the clauses that are being put into the regulations. And you might even, as you know now, the labeling of food prices.
Okay, labeling.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the labeling of food prices currently, as much as we've discussed it previously at NEDLEC, but the Department of Health has amended those regulations and they are not at NEDLEC.
Okay, I'm not talking about labeling of food. I'm talking the regulation of food prices. And what role will the Department of Health play in food prices? Not the food labeling.
Oh.
So what is the bone of contention? Why is there no agreement on that?
No, we haven't really discussed. We were focusing on the labeling in particular, not on food prices.
Okay, but you are saying you've been monitoring food prices. So are you saying you just look, or you monitor, but there's no outcome, there's no proposal that has been put forward to say how do you address the escalation of food prices? Is that the submission?
No, you see, the challenge when it comes to regulations at NEDLEC, there's what we call a NEDLEC protocol. When
Yes.
it comes to regulations, policy, or legislation, we receive those from the department that is dealing with such regulations. As a result, there hasn't been those regulations formally tabled, but we do get snippets of what the regulations would be, and social partners would tend to call for those to be tabled at
Okay.
NEDLAC.
So you're saying no social partners, particularly from the community, has made a submission to fellow NEDLAC partners to say we need to regulate food prices, because that's what they've been submitting to us, particularly civil society organizations. So is that your evidence that no social partner has made that proposal? And I understand Labour yesterday from what's the labor union, the federation, SAFTU, made a proposal regarding regulation of food prices. So, but you are saying they're not bringing it to NEDLAC.
They have not brought it to
Okay,
NEDLAC, yeah.
thank you. And proposals also that have been brought to us is relating to how you properly manage food wastage, because it's something that has been said to contribute to food insecurity. Has that proposal been made by any of your social partners at NEDLAC level to find ways to minimize waste and make it easier for business to donate food instead of destroying it? It's not been made, that proposal.
No, also I don't recall it, but I think the issue of minutes will also help us to actually get those. But at this stage, I don't recall that
Okay.
proposal. Thanks.
You've also indicated that the task team was monitoring the food security policy, which I understand expired in 2023. And from the submissions that we've received from stakeholders is that that policy was not implemented, aid was not funded, properly funded, resulting in it not being implemented. So in your monitoring, is that something you also discovered, or in your view, was that policy properly implemented?
We, we haven't made that discovery. So I just want to so a lot of this, I'm talking to the issue of food wastage plus this one. They come up in discussion, but because, as Vuisa says, they had the policy implications thereof have not been formally tabled. We end up at that level of just a discussion, not so much processing them to a decision level. I think the same would apply with the food security policy. I'm not even sure which department would be responsible for that. Maybe DSD. But this is a learning exercise for us as well, because then
Okay.
we will be able to approach the parent department and say, there's this discussion that needs to come to NEDLAC.
But in your evidence, particularly the evidence from Mr. Tafa, was that you were monitoring the implementation of the policy. Did I mishear you?
I think you did. It was let me check. I think it was the food security plan,
Yeah.
not
Oh,
the
sorry, the
policy.
plan.
Yeah,
Sorry, yes, the plan.
yes.
So my apologies. I'm talking about the plan. You were monitoring it, and the submissions we are receiving is that it was not implemented. So in your monitoring, what did you discover? Was it properly implemented in your view? If it was not properly implemented, what were the key issues and challenges?
Thanks. We have different views from social partners, and as I was saying, we receive from the relevant department, and updates on the implementation of such a plan. And different views would be provided by social partners, not necessarily one view. And I think the minutes and the report that we had committed to submit would outline different positions from social partners. I cannot safely say now this is the view from the NEDLAC, is a NEDLAC position, but it's different views from all social partners.
Oh, okay. So there is no process within NADLAC to verify submissions that partners will make. The submission from partners are just taken as they are.
Can you repeat that question? Maybe to
I'm
give a
saying
bit of
in
context?
terms of your structure in NEDLAC, there is no structure that will verify. For example, if a department says we have implemented the policy, I'm using that as, or a plan, I'm using that as an example, is another social partner says, no, it has not been implemented. So there's no structure within NADLAC, where the differing submissions will be evaluated and validated to come up with a factual position, at least to say, but these are the facts based on the evaluation process.
Do you want to take that one, Eddie? Or should I respond? Okay, let me try to respond on this one. When we engage on issues at NEDLAC, we engage based on trust.
Okay.
Most of the issues that are tabled by social partners, it's trust basis. As a result, we don't really go deep as you are
Okay,
expecting.
so there is no such, okay. But it's fine, thank you, Commissioner. I think then we will wait for the reports, because it seems as it is now, Commissioner, many of the reports which will indicate to us what the deliberations, what are the bottlenecks, they are yet to be provided. So with that said, then Commissioner, let me be bold and make a request to the panel that perhaps we be favored with that information that we are requested, and that perhaps we do not excuse NEDLAC to give us an opportunity to really look into those key issues that we've raised, and then maybe at a later point, should it be necessary, that they be recalled, because as from the information we have, really, we still do not understand what are the key challenges. Why is there no consensus of the key challenges relating to food security? And I think it'll be important as part of this process that we get the sense of where the challenges are, rightly or wrongly, so, you know, as part of the process. So that will be my ask to you, Commissioner. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the evidence leaders. Commissioner Ntuli, any questions? Commissioner Kwinana, any questions? Do you have? Okay. I think given your presentation as well as your engagements with the evidence leaders, I would support the proposal by Ms. Mlombo that one, we receive the reports from yourselves as well as the supplementary submissions. Once we have considered those supplementary submissions, we thereafter call you for further deliberations, because even in your answering, it was unclear what you were answering. So that's why the evidence leader had to come back to you for further deliberations. So at this particular moment, to the representative from NEDLAC, we'd request the outputs generated by the cost of living task team, the minutes as well as the consensus report, any other report that speaks to the food wastage discussion, food security policies and plans, and this needs to be submitted to the Commission in writing on or before the 6th of April 2026. Thereafter, the team from the Human Rights Commission will contact you in terms of when you need to appear before the Commission at a later stage. Thank you so much, colleagues. You are duly excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're excused to be recalled, so you'll want to come back at a later stage, but today you are partially excused from the witness podium. Yes, you're not yet off the witness podium. Thank you. The stakeholders or the representatives from Maternal Support Grant Advocacy Coalition, if there is a representative. there no better chair for you? I'm worried about your back.
It's fine.
Okay.
I'm really good.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's
Please.
very kind.
Yes. Because once you start relaxing, then you want to lean back and there's no back support. Yeah. Good morning to the representatives of the Maternal Support Grant Advocacy Coalition. Just so that we start with brief introductions, your name as well as the role that you play at the organization.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tsepo Manche. I'm the Senior Early Childhood Development Coordinator at Equality Collective.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Edzani Mpapuri. I am the Executive Director of Grow Grade and a member of the Union Against Hunger.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Associate Professor Simon Honigman, Director of the Perinatal Mental Health Project at the University of Cape Town. And we have several colleagues online to help us, particularly in the answering session when there is discussion, as we are part of a coalition of several organizations.
Just for colleagues, just for clarity, how does the can we just perhaps, I just need clarity on this. Now, the different respective organizations, how do they work together to form the Maternal Support Grant Advocacy Coalition, the relationship that you have as a collective?
Yes, so we are a coalition launched in 2024, and we are made up of civil society activists and researchers who have come together seeing the need to advocate together for the maternal support grant.
Thank you so much. You also advised that there's several colleagues online who would be joining us. Is it just one colleague?
There's 4 colleagues online.
Can they switch on their videos? It's a
The colleagues from the Maternal Support Grant Coalition online, could you please turn on your cameras?
I'm only seeing 2. Are there any? You're saying there are 4. So there are 2 outstanding colleagues that have not been on the platform.
Wait,
Yes, we could give you the names are on our first slide. Hi, once the slide deck is showing, we can actually show you the names and of the various people who are joining online. It might be easier just to see that displayed. We have Dr. Darshini Govindasamy, who's the director at Priceless SA. We have Paula Proudlock, Senior Researcher at the Children's Institute, Janine Hicks, Project Leader of the South African Law Reform Commission's Project 143, Liesel Engelbrecht, who's the Nutrition Lead at Hold My Hand Accelerator, Rahima Essop, who's the Coalition Convener and Communications Director, DG Murray Trust, and Daniel McLaren, who's the Acting Director of Economics and Finance at Ilifa Labantwana.
Thank you. That is quite a massive team. And given the time constraints, I hope that you guys have had discussions on how to manage time effectively. I'm going to start with the colleagues who are here in person. You will now be sworn in or affirmed in. Then I'll go to the colleagues online who will then follow the same process. But I just ask that everyone who's online kindly switch on your cameras while we swear or affirm you in, and thereafter you can switch them off until you're called upon to perhaps answer a question or provide assistance. So we'll start with the colleagues. I think there was, you were called out and you were not. Can you just come on record, introduce yourself as well as the organization you represent in the coalition?
Okay. Hi, my name is Dr. Darshni Govindswamy. I'm a health economist by training. I'm the director of the SAMRC Center for Health Economics and Decision Science at Priceless SA.
We're trying to see you appear on camera, but now you appear on camera. I'll start with you since you're standing. For the swearing in or the affirmation process, full names as they appear on your official documents.
Darshini Govindswamy.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
You affirm that the evidence you're about to present to the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth. If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your full names?
Simon Honigman.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. Full names?
Edzani Mpapuri.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Tsepo Manje.
Will you be taking the affirmation or the oath?
The oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. The colleagues online, I'll start with Fatima. Full names for the record.
It's Rahima.
Oh, apologies.
It's Rahima Islam. No worries.
Will you be taking
Rahima Islam.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
IT, can you please help me? I'm unable to see the full names as they appear. It's just the screen is too, so I'm not able to see the first letters of the names. I'll go to Paula. Full
Good
names for
morning. My name is Paula Megan Proudlock. I'm a senior researcher at the Children's Institute, UCT.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Okay. I see that there's I can't read your first name, but I see your surname is Engelbrecht.
Good morning, my name is Liesel Engelbrecht. I'm the nutrition lead for the Hold My Hand Accelerator.
Lisa, will you be taking the affirmation or the oath?
The oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Daniel McLaren. Can you switch on your camera, sir?
So I'm going to leave the presentation to the colleagues and not give evidence.
Will you not be answering any questions? Will you just be providing support? If we can just spotlight.
Colleagues, can I ask if I'm visible? Dr. Janine Hicks, I am here, and my camera is on.
Yes, Dr. Hicks, you are visible.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Higgs, your full names for the record.
Janine Louise Hicks.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
The affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Is that all the colleagues? You have 20 minutes for the presentation and then 20 minutes with the evidence leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning to everyone in the room. This is a presentation by the Maternal Support Grant Coalition on our submission to the Human Rights Commission's National Inquiry on Food Systems, and we are presenting on the Maternal Support Grant for South Africa. As said, my name is Tsepo Manje. I am from an NGO called Equality Collective in the Eastern Cape, and I'm presenting with my colleagues here and some online. We can go to slide 3. The purpose of this presentation is to introduce the Maternal Support Grant Coalition, give an understanding of the MSG as an income support intervention, outline the relationship between food insecurity, poverty, social protection, and poor maternal and child health. We want to demonstrate the impact of food insecurity on caregiving and make a case for the maternal support grant, ending off with offering recommendations. Who we are. Simply put, we are a collective of people who have come to deeply understand that South Africa cannot fix child malnutrition without addressing maternal hunger. No child's future should be determined by hunger in the womb. The maternal support grant was coalition rather. Slide 7 rather, or 5. The Maternal Support Grant Coalition was established in 2024 to advocate for the MSG. We are a collective of civil society organizations, activists, and researchers. We are made up of people working in public health, nutrition, maternal mental health, early childhood development, food justice, and social protection. The aim of the coalition is to advance public policy on the MSG, to mobilize support, to engage policymakers, and to advocate for the implementation of the maternal support grant. The maternal support grant is a lifeline for pregnant women, ensuring that no child begins life hungry before they are even born. I want to just tell you a story of a young woman called Hope. Hope is 22 years old, living in rural Eastern Cape. She's expecting her first child. She works odd jobs and piece jobs. For her, food is expensive given her low income. Without support, Hope will give birth to a child who has low birth weight and has high chances of being stunted, setting the child back from the moment they enter the earth. If Hope had the maternal support grant, she'll be able to afford nutritious food, travel to clinics, and reduce stress during pregnancy. The outcome of this would be a healthy start for Hope's child, and the child would not be born with malnutrition. What the MSG is, it is a 9-month grant that would provide income support during pregnancy for nutrition needs. It would reduce risk of low birth weight and stunting. It would provide expectant mothers with income support and also provide a financial bridge while the mother waits to claim the child support grant. Lastly, it would also reach women like Hope who have informal work and are currently excluded from maternity benefits. There is currently some support, however, this support is inadequate. The social relief of distress grant is a helpful tool, but it does not meet the specific needs of pregnant women. The eligibility criteria excludes women who have more than 624 Rand a month in their bank accounts, and this amount is lower than the 800 Rand food poverty line. We are basing our submission on a rights-based approach. The constitutional framework supports the maternal support grant. Section 27(1) of the Constitution currently says that everyone has the right to have access to sufficient food. The same section of the Constitution says there's a right to have access to social security, and both these rights are to be progressively realized. South Africa has also ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which includes obligations to reduce infant mortality and support healthy early childhood development. The maternal support grant is urgent because every day we delay, more children are being set back for life before they are even born. Our submission puts forward 3 key drivers for food insecurity: poverty, unemployment, and high food prices. The indicators of this are that 40.8 million people in South Africa live below the upper bound poverty line of 2,600 per month per person, and 10.8 million people are food poor. The evidence we have is pretty clear. South Africa does in fact produce enough food nationally, yet millions cannot access adequate nutrition. We have a big problem in South Africa in that 1 in 4 people in South Africa have limited access to food, and 63.5% of households are food insecure. 17.5% experience severe food insecurity. Food insecurity is linked to household income, and since most households buy their food instead of growing it, this means that they are vulnerable to rising food prices.
Thank you, Tsepo. I will go a bit faster than planned because we have a little bit less time than we thought. It's important to realize that not all pregnant women are affected by food insecurity equally, and that there's certain high vulnerable groups where the risks are much greater. Women living in poverty, of course, women who are unemployed, those who are self-employed, and women experiencing depression and anxiety. It looks as if about 1 in 3 women in our country will experience depression and anxiety during pregnancy. So the issue before us is not only one of poverty, but one of unequal access to protection, because our labour legislation with respect to maternity protections, the Unemployment Insurance Act and the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, restricts access to these benefits only workers classified as employees, and thus excludes those most vulnerable, self-employed workers in the formal economy. Pregnancy creates increased nutritional, financial, and health needs. This particular period creates greater needs for a person. Not only physical health needs, but also mental health needs. And this means that a woman already struggling becomes more vulnerable during this period. And from a rights perspective, this is exactly when the state's duty to take reasonable measures becomes most important. When the need is heightened, the risks are foreseeable and predictable, and the consequences of inaction are severe. We must understand pregnancy as being a foundational part of the first 1,000 days, which begins at conception. And what happens in this period shapes brain development, physical growth, and long-term life chances of children, of pregnant women. So when we talk about support during pregnancy, we're not only talking about support for women in isolation, we're talking about protecting the rights and developmental interests of the next generation. We have a social protection gap in our country. The current gap in antenatal income support is a rights gap. Pregnant women cannot access the child support grant before birth, And the social relief of distress grant is not designed to meet the specific needs of pregnancy. After birth, many women remain without maternity protection, and many infants do not have access to child support grant early enough. In other words, the system leaves women and infants exposed precisely at the point where constitutional protections should be most meaningful. And this slide shows the proportion of eligible infants accessing child support grant. It's less than 50% of those who are born. So we're presenting the maternal support grant as a practical way to close this rights gap. It would provide support from the second trimester, improve maternal nutrition, don't to work too soon, and create this bridge to the child support grant uptake. The current system leaves time. And the key point here is that adequate nutrition during pregnancy is closely tied to the right to food, health, and child development. Health, as is evidence, shows that food insecurity is associated with the risk of delivering a low birth weight infant or a premature infant. And these infants are much more likely to become stunted, which means that support during pregnancy is not only remedial, it's developmental, and it prevents women's well-being while also advancing to a healthy start to life. South African indicators of low birth weight and stunting show that these harms line up to demand urgent structural action. These outcomes affect survival, development, and chronic long-term. So this is not a population issue. It's a systemic inequality of long causes. This shows how the pressure comes over time with security in pregnancy, injured, stunting, poor educational outcome, and continued poverty. So we have an inequality that is reproduced. About caregiving, we need to shift to think about health outcomes also with respect to caregiving. This matters because a rights-based response looks beyond survival alone. Women need material and emotional conditions to care for their infants with stability, attachment, bonding, and responsiveness. And babies need these conditions to thrive. So food insecurity profoundly undermines breastfeeding because mothers struggle to meet their own nutritional needs and have to return to work too quickly to earn an income. So this may also lead to worsening depression and anxiety, which we know is a risk factor in this period. And the absence of support, therefore, constrains women's real ability to provide optimal care to their infants. So this should not be understood as individual failure, but as structural deprivation. Food security is a mental health issue. We know that women who are food insecure are 4 to 5 times more likely to experience depression, anxiety, the common mental health conditions. So adequate income or inadequate income is not only does not only affect nutrition but also emotional well-being, caregiving capacity, and dignity. So in this sense, social protection and the maternal support grant in pregnancy should be seen as a mental health intervention, which could impact a third of women in our country, a third of pregnant women who are experiencing health challenges. So we've got this self-reinforcing, and we've got this ongoing pattern over here, which you can see in a vicious cycle where maternal depression and anxiety, the common mental conditions, they undermine well-being, functioning, help-seeking, and caregiving capacity, and also increase the risk of experiencing intimate domestic violence during this period. Health insecurity and financial strain intensifies this distress in a vicious cycle. The consequences are then borne not only by the woman, but also by children. Thank you very much.
Commissioners?
Before you continue, you're left with 4 minutes. I'm just notifying you that 4 minutes.
Okay. Commissioners, you have already met 22-year-old Hope, where Hope today is lying awake at night, her belly tight with hunger. Inside her, his brain is forming 1 million connections every second. Without the iron, folate, zinc, protein, those connections required. Poverty is being transmitted cell by cell from mother to child. You have the opportunity to change the trajectory by your recommendations. We need a future where hope gives birth to a child who is healthy and thriving, where Hope's older daughter, who was too stunted in an old pregnancy, doesn't have to look on, marked by the hunger from a mother's pregnancy. The damage which is done in the womb cannot be undone, but it does not have to be repeated with Hope's other children. And this commission can make a recommendation that can change that. Next slide. The evidence is clear. We're not asking you to believe our anecdotes and stories. We're asking you to trust evidence. Across many countries, pregnancy-related income support consistently leads to improved maternal nutrition and reduced low birth weight. In a study which was done right here in South Africa by GrowGrade, we found that when we gave mothers income support every 2 weeks of 300 rands, this changed their lives. Maternal hunger dropped from 39 to 25%, depression declined from 33 to 24%, and 88% of the women spent the money on food. This mirrors what we know about the child support grant. Decades of research show that it is spent on food, education, clothing, transport, the essentials that children need. There is enough widespread evidence that women do not misuse money from the grants. Next slide. And we've had concerns about cost. A 9-month maternal support grant at the value of the child support grant with 80% uptake will cost only 2 billion rands a year, about 0.1 of total government expenditure. Next slide. But independent economic modeling by Muller and colleagues from Priceless has shown us that the grant would generate 13.8 billion in avoided health costs annually by preventing low birth weight, neonatal intensive care admissions, and long-term costs of stunting. We'll only spend 2 billion to save about 14 billion. It is a no-brainer. Next slide. And there is clear policy alignment. The maternal support grant aligns with national commitments from the NDP and now the recently approved national strategy to accelerate action for children. And also the president's commitment to reduce stunting by 2030. This cannot happen without a maternal support grant. Next slide. The policy groundwork is also done. In 2012, DSD commissioned a feasibility study which showed clearly that the maternal support grant was necessary and needed to be implemented. However, in November 2024, a cabinet subcommittee sent the policy back saying it was not ready. How can it not be ready after 14 years of research and evidence? Next slide. Commissioners, we've had enough research, enough consultations, enough planning documents. What we now need is food on Hope's plate while her baby's brain is forming in a womb. Next slide. And how will the MSG work? It's very simple. It will start in the second trimester of pregnancy and continues for 3 months after the child is born. It will match the value of the child support grant, and it will use the same means test as the child support grant. It will reach all women living in poverty using existing SASSA infrastructure that will ensure that the grant flows seamlessly into the child support grant. And what do we need you to recommend from this commission? We ask you to recommend immediate approval and implementation of the maternal support grant, to link the maternal support grant and the child support grant so that it seamlessly changes and makes sure that the 50% of children who are not getting access to the child support grant in the first year of life get it when they need it. We also ask you to recommend an increase in both the maternal support grant and the child support grant to the food poverty line. If Hope were here, she would not speak in the language of cost effectiveness analysis. She would say, I want to eat. I want to feel my baby kick and know she's strong. I want to eat enough so my milk comes in so I can feed her without my hunger stealing a future. I'm not asking for charity. I'm asking for what the Constitution already promised. I'm asking you to decide, does my daughter's life begin with hunger or with hope? On behalf of the maternal support grant, Advocacy Coalition, and on behalf of Hope and the thousands of moms, thousands and hundreds of moms who are pregnant today and cannot be in this room, we ask you to use the full weight of this inquiry and recommend the immediate approval and implementation of the maternal support grant. Not in the next plan, not in the next term, now. Because every day we delay, another child inherits hunger before they take their first breath. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you so much to the Maternal Support Grant Advocacy Coalition. Evidence leaders, you have 18 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you. Commissioners, before I start, I should just remind you of my declaration on the first day that I am a member of the Union Against Hunger, which is a broad coalition of many organizations. Some of those organizations are also members of the Maternal Support Grant Advocacy Coalition, but I have had no personal engagement with this advocacy coalition at all. There just happens to be an overlap of some members. May I proceed?
Definitely, we are going to decline your request and ask that another evidence leader leads this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your submission and your presentation. So you have already addressed Treasury's likely concerns about costs in your presentation. But I want to invite you to respond to the three common arguments or negative public perceptions about social grants in general that might also be made as arguments against this MSG. Giving cash every month to working age adults creates dependency syndrome and discourages grant recipients from working or looking for paid work. This child support grant is not spent on food and other basic needs for the designated child, but is spent on other family members and non-essential purchases, such as hairdressing. Grant raises fertility rates and encourages teenagers' pregnancies because young women fall pregnant deliberately in order to claim their child support grant. Critics or skeptics might argue that the MSG will only exacerbate all of these undesirable behavior by grants recipients. How do you respond?
Thank you so much for that good question that needs to be answered. So the child support grant does not cause perverse incentives. We've had multiple researches that have been done in South Africa since the beginning of the child support grant, commissioned by the Human Science Research Council, that have shown that the child support grant does not at all increase teenagers to fall pregnant or leads to people being dependent on it. In fact, the research that we have shows that women who get the child support grant are more likely to have much longer bed spacing and go back to be economic. So the child support grant lifts families out of poverty. And there are probably many people in this room whom the child support grant lifted out of poverty. It is not a perverse incentive. And the maternal support grant, likewise, will have the similar action like the child support grant. It is just an extension of the child support grant into pregnancy. That child who is growing in their mother's womb, whose body and brain is growing and needs a child support and needs a maternal support grant, is the same child who, when they are born, will need a child support grant. And that has never resulted in mothers falling pregnant for just 560 rands. And evidence has been commissioned. Multiple studies have been commissioned ever since 2012 to try and prove evidence for feasibility of a maternal support grant. And it comes back saying, from all the different countries, there was a retrospective review which was done, which showed all countries, over 30 countries that have implemented a maternal support grant, all the evidence shows that it does not result in a perverse incentive.
Okay, so in practical terms, if I understand you correctly, this maternal support grant is a new standalone grant, or is it in effect an extension of the child support grant backwards into pregnancy? Is that how you will describe it?
Yes, we describe it as an extension of the child support grant into pregnancy and not a new grant.
So would you expect all mothers who qualify for the MSG to also qualify for the child support grant?
Yes, we expect the same means test to be used for the child support grant and the MSG.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And then pregnant women fall into different categories. Only some can access adequate foods. Others can do so only if they sacrifice other necessities. And some are unable to afford food at all. So should the MSG be means tested to exclude those who can actually afford adequate food?
The costing has been done and feasibility has been done, and it's clear that we can just follow the same means test as the child support grant and not create a new means test, with the pregnant woman just needing to prove that she's pregnant from proof from a hospital or a private doctor.
Thank you. And then the evidence from South Africa and globally shows that even modest income support during pregnancy reduces the risk of low birth weight and strengthens early childhood development. This implies that there are examples from the maternal support grant from other countries. Can you provide a supplementary submission that summarizes this evidence?
We'd be certainly willing to do that. We can do an evidence summary of the South African pilot evidence in research projects and countries, and evidence from international studies showing where implementation of an MSG has resulted in particular benefits. With pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I don't have really very many questions. I think it has been answered as well, and the supplementary submissions will certainly assist. Mine is just to perhaps explore other means of support, whether the MSG has explored options such as vouchers, such as alternative means of support to mothers, whether there are case studies to support those approaches, and what you have found in that respect. That would be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody online want to answer?
I can do so, Chair. I'm speaking now in my capacity as the project leader for Project 143 of the South African Law Reform Commission, where we undertook an investigation into best maternity protections. And our focus was on addressing gaps in our unemployment insurance fund mechanism, which only enabled access to maternity protections for that specific designated group. As part of our studies, we contemplated then what are the best forms of maternity protections. And globally, studies indicate that it's a combination of both social insurance that provides then financial support during pregnancy, coupled with means of social assistance where needed, where the income of the pregnant woman needs to be supplemented. And here studies have indicated a range of things such as transport allocation, food vouchers, But the overall benefit of having an income supplement cannot be underemphasized. The need to prevent women from feeling pressured to returning to work or working too late into their pregnancy, and having access to means to support themselves and their child and meet adequate standards of health and nutrition. So studies indicate, and this is commissioned by the Independent Labour Organization around its maternity benefits mechanism, is that it's a combination of social insurance, which provides the income replacement, together with social assistance to ensure best coverage.
So much. Commissioner Kunene, any questions?
Thank you so much, Chair. The question that was asked of you by the evidence leader, the first question, I thought you just did not address it that far. I think there is that's what people believe about mothers that are unemployed. That as soon as they get the grant, they think about their hairstyles. They think about their nails. They think about themselves. But truth be told, as you said, studies have shown that in fact it is really used where it is needed the most. And not only does it feed the child, it actually even feeds those youth that are not able to access the grant. And even some elders in the home, you'll be surprised how much it does in some homes. And then whilst you were just saying that, I was thinking to myself, what would be the criteria that will be used for the MSG to be granted? So if I'm a mother and I'm earning at least maybe 3.5, is that then enough for me? Whilst the father is not employed, is that enough for me? Or can I at least still get? So have you thought about the criteria, how it should be developed further?
Yes, we've thought about the criteria, and it's exactly the same means test as is used for the child support grant. Paula can share the exact values in terms of income and of the means test, but it's exactly the same means test, the same salary income level that is used for the child support grant.
All right. And now
Yes, Commissioner,
like
the child support grant means test is 5,600 a month. So any mother who earns less than that in terms of income would qualify for the MSG as well.
All right. And what about whether they get maintenance? That is, if there's no support from the father's side.
If there is support from the father's side, if it increases their income to above the threshold, then they wouldn't qualify. But if the maintenance that they get from the father still keeps the family, that unit, below 5,000, I mean, if the father and the mother are married, then that income threshold is actually doubled. So it would be 11,200. That is the threshold if the couple is married. And if they are not married, then it's still 5,600.
So for single mothers, obviously with the partner that's not working, then they qualify.
Again, it's about the marriage. So if they are not married, then she will be assessed on the single income of 5,600 a month. So if her partner's not working, it's 5,600.
Is there a bit of discrimination there? Fathers will probably be in arms to say, so what about us who have acceded to the responsibility? We've come out to say, by the way, yes, I am a father, but with a high employment in the country, I can't get a job, but I would want assistance as well so that my child can enjoy the same benefits. Yes, I can't marry this woman because maybe I don't have the funds or maybe I'm not ready. So have you also thought about those instances?
Yes, Commissioner, it's because SASSA needs a piece of paper to prove that the couple is married. So they either look for the marriage certificate, which under customary law would be a customary law marriage certificate, and all the evidence shows that most customary marriages are not registered, even though they do exist. And then it would be a civil marriage certificate that is required. So SASSA does not treat an unmarried couple as a couple. SASSA views that mother as a single mother and doesn't look at the income of a partner.
Yeah. The reason I bring that up is because fathers have already been saying, most of the time we seem not to be considered when these type of issues are being talked about. Us as single fathers, whilst we would have come up and said, yes, we do acknowledge our responsibilities, but however, we do not have the means. But every time it looks like we amplify those that are married, and they seem to have a voice than the fathers that have not married the women. So something that we can definitely think about. So maybe if you're going to make any further submissions, something that you can really go into and say, how do we help those fathers? How do we make sure that they are also assisted? Because equally then, they are expected to then contribute towards the upbringing of this child. If the economy has left them out, and then again, even whatever systems that we come up with, we seem to just keep on shoving them away. Even worse, then there's the boy child. So already we have created that system that disallows us to think about a man. And then what more, a boy child? So something to think about, but I will definitely leave it at that for now. Commissioner, Madam Chair. I know you don't want me to talk about my other people, but it's fine.
Commissioner, you are allowed today. It was in specific reference to one particular civil society organization. You are permitted. And I will not do... No, you don't have more time. I would like to offer the other commissioner who's on the panel, Commissioner Ntuli, an opportunity to ask her questions. No questions. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Chairperson, could I come in on 2 points to respond to the point that Commissioner Kwinana raised? And I hear the Commissioner's concern, are we perhaps discriminating against fathers? And I wanted to make 2 points in that regard. The first, with the maternity support grant, this is a very distinct kind of support, social assistance. It's for a person during pregnancy. There's a very particular function that a pregnant woman plays in terms of the development and the nutrition of a child in utero. So there's a very specific rationale for why this grant is sought. When it comes to bringing fathers into the care net post the birth of the child, I believe our child support grant provides an existing mechanism for fathers who are primary caregivers to be recognized as primary caregivers and to themselves directly receive the child support grant to care for their child. So that is the first instance where we can categorically state that fathers are not discriminated against. The second is in the slate of law reform that the Law Reform Commission has proposed to reimagine our current unemployment insurance fund mechanism for maternity protections and make this broader to bring fathers into this space. And the Commissioner will be aware of recent Constitutional Court judgments in relation to Van Wyk, where there is a move towards establishing instead a parental grant post the birth of the child, where any parents can decide amongst themselves who will be the primary caregiver of the children, and that fathers themselves can take on that role, permitting a mother to return to work. So we certainly have seen innovation in the law reform space to bring fathers into the care net. But we do submit that this issue is not pertinent to the issue of maternity support grant, and a pregnancy grant, in effect, is specifically designed for pregnant women. Thank you. If I can make one further point, Chair, with your condolence, in relation to my colleagues have made, I believe, very strong arguments as to the need on the basis of pregnancy and health care of the child. I wanted to underscore the legal obligation on the state to enact this kind of social assistance that we're requesting. We can share with this commission the Law Reform Commission's findings of 2023, which clearly find that the state has an obligation in terms of international law and the Constitution to ensure that all women have access to maternity protection. What my colleague referred to earlier on in the slides is currently we do not have a comprehensive maternity support regime in South Africa. All we have is the UIF-related paid maternity leave mechanism, which, as my colleague indicated, only benefits and serves a limited category of women. So the offshoot is that the majority of women in South Africa, and predominantly poor, unemployed women working in the informal economy, have zero maternity protection. There is no paid maternity leave. They cannot contribute to the UIF. So absent the state providing a mechanism that enables such women to come into the system, the state is then derelict in its obligations in terms of international law and the Constitution to ensure that all women have access to maternity protections. It's a violation of our Section 27 Social Security rights, as well as our Section 9 equality rights, in addition to the health rights spoken to.
Dr. Hicks, perhaps let me also ask this question. This is the only question that I have. Given the realities of South Africa, when you talk about mothers, you're also talking about children who are mothers. How would the maternity support grant look like when you have a mother, so you have a minor who is a mother who now requires maternity support grant? Now there is a guardian and there is a parent. How would that look like to ensure that at the end of the day, the minor who is a mother is given the necessary support? And perhaps that goes to Dr. Carter's alternative to, instead of monetary support during that period, we provide them with alternatives. How would that look in terms of the reality on the ground that we are seeing an increase of children who are pregnant, who then give birth to children?
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I first extend the opportunity to my other online colleagues who've done research in this space who might want to come in and respond? Paula?
Yes. So a 16-year-old who gives birth and has an ID should be able to get the MSG in her own right, because at the moment a 16-year-old can also qualify to get the child support grant. But any children who are under 16-year-old who give birth won't have an ID yet, and they won't be able to qualify for either the CSG or for the MSG. Their parent, which is mostly the grandmother, or their mother, would need to apply for that MSG for their baby. So that is how it would work for the under 16-year-olds. Because that is currently how it works for the CSG, but those over 16. And I think we must also remember that the numbers of teen pregnancies under 16 are quite low. Between 16 to 19, you'll see it starting to increase, but under 16, you are dealing with quite low numbers. And the system there would be via the grandmother, the MSG would go that way.
Thank you so much for that reply. I think those are the questions from my side. Just a reminder in terms of the supplementary submission. it is in respect of the comparative research on maternity support grant in terms of the other regions as how it's implemented, as well as how we can implement it in South Africa. Perhaps Commissioner had spoken about single unmarried fathers, but I think Dr. Higgs' response covers that. But also the law reforms findings, if you can share those with the Commission on or before the 6th of April 2026. Okay, Commissioner says she would like your response in terms of single unmarried fathers who note and accept that they are the parent of the unborn child. Perhaps you can just make further supplementary submissions in that regard. Right. Thank you so much, colleagues, for your submission. You are duly excused from the witness podium. I'd like to request representatives from Women on Farms, if they're appearing in person. Thank you so much, ladies. For introductory purposes, just your names as well as the role you play in the organization. Thereafter, I will then ask you to be either sworn in or affirmed.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Carmen Lowe. I'm the co-director of Women on Farms project, and I'll give them an opportunity.
Good morning, everyone. I am Marissa Dirks, seasonal worker on Table Farms, grapes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Janine Peterson. I'm also from Monon Farms, and I'm also a seasonal worker on farms.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm Lanisha Frank, and I'm the coordinator for the Women's Health and Empowerment Program at Women on Farms Project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll start right at the end of the table. If you can just stand while I... Full names for the record.
I'm Marissa Elizabeth Dirks.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
I will take the oath.
Do you confirm that the oath is binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Right hand. The other hand.
Oh. So help me God.
We're all there. That's why we're... Don't worry. The next colleague.
I'm Carmen Naomi Lowe.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "I affirm."
I affirm.
Thank you. Full names for the record.
Janine Peterson.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So I affirm."
I affirm.
Right hand.
Sorry.
And that's why they say women are bad drivers, eh?
Lanisha Frank. I'll be taking the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Are you taking the oath of the
The oath, I do.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
So I think that you guys will be relaxed because I just said, women never know how to drive because when they say turn left, we turn right. So 20 minutes, ladies, for your presentation, and then another 20 minutes to the evidence leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Women on Farms would like to take the opportunity to thank the Commission for conducting this inquiry and for allowing us to make a presentation. So Women on Farms Project is a feminist organization who work with women who live and work on commercial farms. We were established in 1996 and opened office in Northern Cape in 2009. Our approach is intersectional, dealing with various issues that impact women who live and work on commercial farms. And we have a programmatic focus on labor rights, land rights, and women's health and empowerment, but also all the how they're impacted by their contextual reality. So we mostly work with women seasonal workers. In terms of national figures, there's just under 1 million farm workers nationally, and about a third of that are women. And from our experience, agriculture has become increasingly feminized, mechanized, and casualized. Most of the women workers are seasonal workers, working anything from 3 to 6 months per year, and mostly during harvesting and related activities, pack stores, and canning, and so forth. So the increased mechanization has significantly reduced the demand for women seasonal workers. In commercial farming areas, there are limited working opportunities, rendering women unemployed for a large part of the year. The national minimum wage, which farm workers also fall under, only pay per hour. And what is common, the practice is women are called in only for a certain amount of hours, depending on the need. If, for example, table grapes are not ready for harvesting, or if it's too hot, like we've experienced last week in the Western Cape, they only work 2 to 3 hours, or if it rains, they don't work, and if they don't work, they don't get paid. And that's the limitation of the national minimum wage that only pays per hour. And the national minimum wage is 28 Rand 29 cents, which if they work a 20-day week for 8 to 9 hours, they might earn 5,182 Rand 20 cents per month. But the reality is, due to various factors, as explained, they often don't work a full month, and on average, they only earn 3,886, which can, in some cases, even be lower. When there is a reduced need for employment, women are the first to be told there's no work for the day. So an additional factor is there's ongoing non-compliance with labor legislation. Research commissioned by Women on Farms in 2017 showed that 30% of women workers are paid less than the national minimum wage. And a follow-up study that was done in 2022 on fair trade farms, which are supposed to be better standard farms, 31% of women workers, seasonal workers, earned less than the minimum wage. So in terms of food affordability, I'm sure you've also will hear evidence from the Peter Maritzburg Economic Justice group. Their data shows that an average cost of a food basket is 5,401 Rand 44 cents, which is less than what a farm worker would earn if they work the full month. And as explained, they often don't work the full month, which means they what they earn is not enough to afford a minimum standard average food basket. So while women live on a hunger budget in terms of their own words, wine exports in 2025 increased to 669 million, 21.5 million more than in 2024. And there's an ever increasing export market, not only for wine, but for citrus. Citrus figures are even more, and also other fruits and commodities. So while the exports increase, the standard of living of those who work on farms are decreasing. In terms of one of the women that we've had consultative processes that inform the submission. So one of the women said, it's not that we don't know what to eat, what is healthy. We just can't afford healthy foods like egg and meat. They also can't afford things like fish. Fish is, even tin fish has become unaffordable. So, and then we've heard in the previous submission about the unemployment benefits. So seasonal workers, the unemployment benefits works on a credit system. So you build up credits before you qualify to withdraw from that credits. And because women work seasonally, they don't earn enough credits to apply. They often have to work 2 to 3 years before they can benefit. So women go seasons without accessing benefits. And then just also to add on maternity benefits, if a seasonal worker is unemployed at the time of a maternity, there's no employer who could complete the form, so she doesn't benefit from maternity benefits either. Important survey that Women on Farms did in the Northern Cape showed that 88% of seasonal farm workers are severely food insecure during winter months. And even during summer months, when they're working, they are 44% food insecure. So there's a big reliance on social grants. So we've asked women, how do they cope during the winter months or the off-season? They say, during winter, we only live on the child support grants of my children. Without the child support grant, my family wouldn't be able to survive. And according to the Peter Maritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, the basic monthly cost to feed a child is 950 Rand, and we know the child support grant is 560. So it's not even sufficient to feed a child, but now it needs to feed multiple family members. And the child stunting is well documented in South Africa. 1 in every 5 children, 28% of children under 5 are stunted with resultant developmental complications. So, and there's also multi-generational dependency on social grants. So sometimes there are pensioners or disabled members in a family that those grants also help to supplement the income. So farm worker women often go into debt to provide food. All of us have to buy food on credit because our wages and our food don't last until payday. So when people pay, get their grants, or when they earn their wages, they must first cover the debt at either loan sharks or small credit providers, resulting in a cycle of indebtedness. So we also believe that there's a feminization of poverty and hunger, because women have casual, insecure labor. They don't have access to land, and their tenure on farms are insecure. Seasonal hunger has become normalized and largely invisible, because the image of farm production is in most cases a white male farmer, and the commercial corporate companies that produce or manufacture or the food, which means that those living on farms and working behind the scenes are mostly invisible, and their needs and their realities are invisible. At night, the family look at me for food. I've never heard my children telling their father they're hungry. That is my burden. And this often makes women feel inadequate. They question their identity because They are socialized to provide food. So additional costs, ever increasing electricity, and more increasingly farmers ask rent. Rent gets deducted. There's transport cost and education. So women must often choose whether to buy food or sanitary pads, and young women don't want to go to school if they don't have sanitary pads. There's also, one of the mothers said how she had to share a roll-on between girl children because there wasn't enough to buy for everyone. And this places tremendous mental stress and guilt on women, and it also contributes to intergenerational violence because we believe hunger is a form of violence and also suffering. And it is also well documented that when there's insufficient food in the house and money, GBV increases. So one of the big challenges contributing to hunger of farm women are the landlessness and the type of agriculture that is practiced in the country. Despite a constitutional obligation to ensure land inequality, 72% of land is still under historic white patriarchal control. Land use is prioritized for export-orientated, profit-driven, and water, capital, and pesticide-intensive agriculture. This model creates low-income, largely seasonal employment, which results in seasonal hunger and poverty. This also results in interconnected challenges, which include poor health outcomes, a spike in GBV, increased mental health stress, as well as school dropouts. Although farming communities have mostly no-fee schools, but often to get to schools from farms, parents must pay and they can't afford the taxis. Also, if there's no food, children don't want to go to school. Despite the feeding schemes, it's not sufficient to sustain the nutritional needs of children. Another factor is, what women were saying is that when the child support grants come in, it coincides with various school-related fundraising functions. So in many cases, a large percentage of the child support grant must go for school functions and needs that helps to supplement what the school gets from national government or provincial. So our recommendations are that there should be an increase in the national minimum wage, and what women are asking for is for 12,000 Rand per month, not only to support the nutritional needs, but also the additional needs that farm worker families require, and also to try to reduce the historical poverty that was created since colonial times. So also to improve access to UIF benefits, the regulation of food prices and food affordability. Women spoke about how they run from shop to shop when they have money just to save a few cents. An additional cost is also to travel from farms to towns to buy food. Makes it almost unaffordable. They can only go to town maybe once a month. Then an important bigger question, systemic question, is agrarian reform. The industrialized, profit-driven food system creates hunger, and we need a different production or food system. And the IFO, or IPES, who works with IFO, supports a more decentralized food system, small-scale farming, and where local culture and food systems are acknowledged. And all grants should be aligned to the upper poverty line of 2,800 per person. And then our personal campaign is for feminist reparation, where a wealth tax should be implemented and used for women's land access. If women have land, they can produce their own food. Women on Farms has helped around 2,000 women to start their own household food gardens or communal gardens where they have access to food during off-season times. Also a permanent basic income grant to replace the SRD grant, and also to increase that big to the upper poverty line per person. Also, the wealth tax should also be used to support farm worker children education and take special needs into account. As we know historically, because of the historic link to the TOT system, there are still many fetal alcohol syndrome children born, and they have special needs. The health budget should also be increased for farming communities to deal with specific needs, such as the impact of FAS, pesticide exposure diseases, research on the impact of intergenerational violence on women, also address the mental health needs of women in rural communities, etc. So I'll give over to Marissa, one of the seasonal farm workers.
Good morning again. I'm Marissa Dirks. I'm a seasonal farm worker with table grapes. On the 27th of February, the harvest finished. So we will be at home for the whole 6 months. And in the 6 months, we are unemployed. We experience such hunger. And the woman is not working and living on farms. We suffer. And our children are the most vulnerable people in this case. It's not nice. As I'm here, I was sleeping in the hotel, knowing there's just pop and pills at my house. I pack for me, I'm not the same. I pack for me a scuffing of the food they give to me to eat. I take it home. It's in my bag. When I get it home, I give it to my children. Because me as a mother can't go eat, and my children is hungry. Last year, one of the children died, and it's not the first time. You go to the dumping site where they put the wasted food. And while he was hanging on the lorry, his feet slips and he fall under the lorry. He died. Why can't they give us that waste food that they go put on the dumping site? Children must go there to seek and die for food to eat. It is not nice. If you love like a pig, you must eat the potato tonight. Tomorrow morning you can eat the peel of that potato. You can bake it for chips, or you can cook it and eat it with pap. We have to survive. We are mothers, we have children. And if the man, you have a husband, that man is making what you want to do with his money. You can tell him, you must give me half of that money. No. You will beat you up now. And you will die. And what about of your children? Even if you say he's a married man, he tell you that his pay didn't marry you. What must you do as a mother? And the child didn't go to the father to tell the father, I'm hungry. He's come to mommy, I am hungry. Mommy, the teacher said tomorrow they will sell sausage rolls at school. Is 30 rand. Mommy, I'm not going to school because there's no 30 rand. I listen, people is talking about pregnancy, teenage pregnancy. How come? It's because of hunger. Because she's going to the house next door. The wife of that man is not there. She's hunger. She go to ask for a slice of bread. He said, come, lay down. After that, I will give you a slice of bread. I hope, commissioners, you can help us as farm workers. We are not lazy to work. Give us work, and then we will work. The money is so small. We paying a minimum wage. You can't even save of that money. a combo you buy. My last pay was on the 27th of February. I must wait now for all pay in April. No food, just mealie meal. Please, we are crying as women, as mothers. Help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that testimony of your lived experience touched us all, and and affects us all regarding how you live as mothers and the issue around teenage pregnancy in your community. So thank you for that. I'm going to hand over to our evidence leaders for their questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation and also your submission. I, for the record, just want to bring to everyone's attention that the United Nations declared 2026 as the International Year of a Woman Farmer. And it aims to raise awareness of the role of women, yourself, in agri-food systems and the challenges that you face. So it's very concerning to hear that 88% of female farm workers is food insecure during the off-season. So with that on record, I would like to just ask your opinion on particulars in your submission. The first of all was regarding labor law enforcement. Given that over 30% of women seasonal workers are reportedly paid below the national minimum wage, what specific enforcement mechanisms are being failed by the Department of Employment and Labour? And how can inspections be improved on private commercial farms?
So we do have regular engagements with the Department of Employment and Labour. There are measures to improve, for example, with the UIF as well, to have farm level registrations and so on. But in terms of enforcement for various non-compliance, it's extremely difficult because of the Department of Labour's capacity. They don't have sufficient inspectors. The commercial farming area is also a vast geographical area, so to reach those areas is extremely difficult. And often employers don't want inspections during season time because it's critical, it's time sensitive, and most of the seasonal workers work during that time, so they don't pick up those kind of non-compliance when it happens. It's only when we report, so then to do inspections that time is extremely difficult. So there are various barriers for them, but the biggest one is capacity. They don't have the necessary capacity. I would also say from the Western Cape side, because our office in Northern Cape is much more successful to respond immediately to complaints. There's some lack of political will in the Western Cape office. I don't know, but there is a difference in the reply.
So from what you just answered, it seems that they also the UIF system needs some structural changes to ensure that seasonal workers who contribute to the fund are not excluded from the benefits during the predictable periods of unemployment in the winter. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes. Before the credit system, seasonal workers could access benefits every year. It was not much, but they could access benefits every year. Also, the systems. They need also to upgrade their systems because it's often online, which means multiple trips to the Department of Labour, local Department of Labour office. But the big thing is the lack of the Department of Labour's or the UIF system can be supplemented by a basic income grant that can be applicable to everyone. So even if they don't access UIF benefits, they will have an income if there's a permanent basic income grant for people between 18 and 59.
Okay, thank you. And then the paradox of industry wealth, which you lifted out, that the record-breaking profits and export volumes in wine and citrus industries in 2025. Why has the agricultural sector resisted then the animal national minimum wage increases that would align wages with the actual cost of food?
I think maybe you must ask the net lag people if they come back, and that's also a question that the producers must be answered. I don't want to justify their arguments, but in the export sector, they can afford a higher, because we also see the lifestyle. I mean, do you want to talk about the lifestyle of farmers?
Hi, my name is Janina Kain. The lifestyle on farms, it's not nice, especially of the farmers, the owners. Oh, they living on like on highly expenses. They can go and buy them bakkies, vehicles every year. They can take their children to doctor. Now, anytime if the children is sick, just get in the car, go to doctor. They can pay like that. We, as farm women, seasonal workers, we can't do that. So farmers live extremely richly. They live in big houses. They see to the animals better than as they see to the employees. So yeah, they have a more, how can I say, better life and richly life than the workers, if I can explain it like that.
They also, can I just add to that? They also accumulate more land. They've got multiple farms. They also diversify by developing lifestyle estates. That's now the new trend. A lot of agricultural land is lost because of these lifestyle estates, which increases. There's a higher density of extremely wealthy people now in what they call the golden triangle of Stellenbosch, Drakenstein, and Franschhoek.
Thank you. So how does the current export-orientated industrial agricultural model impact the local availability and affordability of nutritious foods for the workers who harvest these crops?
So another study that was commissioned by Women on Farms is it's on the financialization of land. But it basically, the export-driven, it's the export market commodities that they want. So citrus is one of the prime health commodities. That's why there's an increase in citrus production and citrus planting. So that is prioritized above food. So many of the workers that we work with, like in Stellenbosch, in Rawsonville, it's mostly wine-producing farm and now increasingly citrus and olives because there's a market for that. So, and blueberries, because those are the superfoods now. So, but there's fewer food are planted on large quantities of land, fewer vegetables. And women farm workers are not even allowed to plant large use large pieces of land for their own food production. We've heard cases of where pesticide are deliberately sprayed on food gardens. And they interfere. They can't have cattle on their farm because previous generations, their grandparents of farm workers, current farm workers, could have goats and animals. But that interferes with the production standards because they produce for the export market and there's certain regulations that they need to comply with. In some cases, they can't even plant their own fruit trees because it impacts the production.
Can I just say something? On farmers, even what farmers do, women on farms help us as farm women, seasonal farmers, especially now in the off seasons, with our own vegetable gardens. So we have had big yards. So the farmers came with the idea. It's like a BEE something, I don't know what, and they made all the people's yards smaller. Your farm yard, they made it smaller. So you have to make your garden. My garden was still, there was still a piece, so I had to cut it. It's for the farmer. So that little piece that I got, I have to plant whatever I need now in the winter because it's off season, to feed my children, especially the community, because there's no work and children are going hungry. So we have to plant cabbage, carrots, lettuce, spinach, stuff for children that you can make food now. But it's small, and then the water is less. If you go and ask for the farmer just to help you, that you can get your garden going, sometimes it's like it's not right in his eyes, and then they like to ban you from, you are actually messing their waters now, but they know that you are just trying to provide for your children. It's very hard because maybe there's a husband or there's a man that's working. So you as farm woman have to be dependent now on that husband. That husband earn also little money because everything must be deducted now from his salary, and then he come home and he's controlling over his money. So you as a woman, you feel abused, you go in anxiety, you go in depression because you don't have work now. So you have to depend on that man's money. The farmer doesn't know that, what they are doing to us farm women. We are not lazy, we want to work. We want to work. But they put us in this situation that the husbands abuse their wives. In this time, women are getting abused. Their children are getting abused. Your children are, some of the children are in matric, some of the children is on high schools. You want to provide for your children. That child come, mommy, I need this so much. Mommy, where's the money? Where is the money? That's only the social grant that's coming in. That's just a grant for the children. It's not even enough. So, yeah, it's hard. It's hard. And then they waste the food, the food waste. There's lots of food, then that food is still right. They don't give it to the farm, to the people. They go and throw it on a land. They go the tractors must come. They drive over it flat, but they're not going to give it to the people.
All right. Thank you so much for that evidence and the sharing of your own testimonies, which give color, I think, to the research or evidence, empirical evidence that was given. Mine, where is at the start of your presentation, in your presentation, you indicate that you as the woman on farms, you work with women who live and work on commercial farms. But much of your presentation was focused on the women who work on the farms, live there as extra occupiers, and they may not have be working there at all. So can you just briefly touch on how they experience hunger, the women who don't work at all in those farms but live there as extra occupiers?
The Esther occupiers, especially if they are single women,
Yes.
they suffer extremely. There was one photo that I had on of a woman who was evicted from a farm. She was a widow, and they followed the Esther. The farmer followed the Esther process, and she was evicted. In that photo, she had a baby bath, in which she planted vegetables. She also had her own little small, and on the day of that eviction, she picked the grapes that she had in her yard. She brought the bath. So they are extremely victimized. They are, before the formal process starts, there's constructive eviction. I mean, she was one of those whose food garden was sprayed with pesticides. She was disconnected during the harvesting season, the peak season, because water is prioritized for production. And yeah, often young women are told if you want to remain on the farm, you must move in with another man, because tenure on the farms are prioritized for male workers, and women are seen as secondary occupiers, either through a father, a husband, or a brother.
Can I ask then, in your perhaps you supplement your written submissions as well, just so also just speak also the union, because I think your submissions are very clear about the experience of women who work on the farms and how the seasonal works impacts on them. Now I want to move to the issue of the differentiated experiences of women in the different regions that you represent. You indicate that you represent women from the Northern Cape and Western Cape, and when we already know from the Stats SA report that Western Cape, for example, they are in the three least food insecure provinces in the country, whereas Northern Cape is the most food insecure province in the country. So can you just maybe speak, what is the differentiated experiences of women in the Northern Cape vis-a-vis women in the Western Cape insofar as food security is concerned?
Well, there are, I think, fewer. It's less densely populated. It's drier, so it's more difficult. Although they do have food gardens in the Northern Cape, it's much more challenging. They often have to go to rivers and remove big rocks from the soil to start their food gardens. So there's also might be shorter seasonal at times because of the heat. There's less employment opportunities also because, yeah. So, and anecdotal evidence that we've heard from women in the Northern Cape is also, it's the dry, cold winters, but they would often walk long distances to go to abattoirs to collect offal for free to sustain their families. This, yeah, also the incidence of substance dependence by male partners and a lesser household income. Those are just some of the immediate issues that I can take, but we can also supplement
Yes,
that.
I think that information has been very useful. It explains why they are more vulnerable. The climate has a lot to do with it. Thank you for that explanation. Now I want to quickly move to your recommendations. And thank you. You are the first organization that bore its chest and gave me the numbers. You know, because lots of organizations, they will say, we want a living wage, and they will not be bold to say how much it is. And you have indicated here that your proposal is 12,000 per person per month. That will be the minimum wage. And for me, the question then I have is whether you believe that the proposed minimum wage will have an impact on food security. And by this, we already know from the other reports by the competition commission that producers just pass the cost and retailers to consumers. So if you say I must pay my farm worker 12,000 rands, if they have to, they will pay, but that cost will go to the consumer, which means that the cost of the food will go up, and soon enough, the 12,000 minimum wage will no longer be enough. And in that process, they are likely to lay off a lot of people as well. So for me, I just wanted to gauge that. Do you believe that proposal may actually have the unintended consequence of exacerbating food insecurity? And how will you counter maybe that view or that counter proposal? I'm saying may exacerbate food insecurity.
So that was a figure that was given, I think, last year, where the minimum wage submissions were at consultations, and that was the figure that was given by women. But in 2021, we commissioned a living wage study. We will share that as well. And in that study, there was no figure recommended, because of the complexity of just having an increased amount. And what our recommendation for that was the feminist reparation, that there needs to be a wealth tax, and that wealth tax should be used for multiple things. And the first ask is for land. So if women have land, they can secure their tenure, they can produce for household income, and they can produce a surplus for income generation. So that's why you can't give a figure, but that would be a more sustainable way of securing household food security. But for the immediate, because that's a long-term transitional process, but for the immediate, a bigger income, and as the previous submission also indicated, and the women here will say, that if they have money, the first thing they will do, it is to provide for food. Yeah, but it might lead to, because we've seen with every increase, I think, you say when you were
We went off in February, February 2020, February 23rd. It was because of the verhoging, the increase. Yes, the increase was on the first. It's every year like that. Before the increase, the 1st of March, the seasonal workers must go off. Yes, in the national minimum wage increase, and then you must go off work, because, and then you go in back to work in October, so it's a 6 months off that you must stay at home, and then you go back in October. So you're not even, really gaining that minimum wage, because, and when you go back to work, then in the beginning, then they let you work for maybe 4 days, 3 days. They go like that until December, because they try to cut from your wages, because they doesn't want to pay the minimum.
So you don't benefit essentially
don't
from
benefit,
the increase.
yes.
Then maybe my
Can
last.
I just add one more thing? Sorry, I know we might be running out
Yeah,
of time.
maybe
But
allow me to say this, and then you'll have time, because that time will be commissioner's time. I just want to, I just want then to request, you can respond on commissioner's time, maybe just in your supplementary submissions, because we need to know then what to do with the proposal you've made about the increase, and how you propose that unintended consequence that you are referring to can be addressed. Thank you.
PM, can I just request just a couple of minutes break? We just have a situation. Please, can we just pause for a while?
Okay,
Maybe
thank you.
just 5 minutes. We can come back at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We're back after that very short adjournment. We would like to just hand over back to the evidence leaders to proceed. Thank you.
Commissioner, I think where we broke off, I'm not sure if you still remember the question about whether the proposed increase in wages, whether it's the 12,000 or another figure, how you gonna mitigate, how do you propose unintended, effects or impacts be mitigated that may exacerbate food insecurity?
As I said, if there's access to land, but just to comment on that as well, in 2012, after the historic farm worker uprising, 52% farm worker wage increase was legislated that time under this farm worker sectoral determination. And immediately we saw an increase before people didn't pay rent. So rent was charged on farms, increase in electricity payments, etc., etc. But an important thing that we also noticed was the introduction of harvesters, especially in the wine producing. And one harvester replaces 100 women farm workers. So, and now we see increasingly the introduction of technologies. And Janine would just like to add to that.
Can I speak Afrikaans?
Yes, you may, but I will need someone to assist me. Okay, Eileen is gonna kindly assist me. Thank you.
Thank you. Wat nou gebeur op die plase is die boere kry nou vir hulle roubote. Daar's nou 12 roubote wat robots wat nou in Wellington aankom op die plase wat nou op die plase gaan kom werk. Hulle doen self die werk wat die plaasmense, wat die plaasvroue moet kom doen.
What's happening now is that the farmers are getting robots and mechanical mechanisms to assist on the farm.
Die robot doen al die werk wat 'n mens mos nou doen. Hy pluk die tamaties, hy plant, hy doen die cuttings, hy pars, hy doen alles wat hy pak ook drywe. Die robot doen alles, so daar's niks wat die mense nog meer kan doen, hoef te doen nie.
So the robots are taking over a lot of the jobs from the farm workers, like cutting tomatoes, doing pressing of grapes, and there's very little left for the farm workers to do.
And just to add that the Department of Trade and Industry subsidize the new technologies and mechanization. And the department or no state department develop alternative employment or income generating activities for those who lose their jobs because of these new innovations. So that should also be taken into consideration.
With that history in mind, then I think it's important that you be given an opportunity to properly consider the proposal around the national minimum wage, because we already know that the increases, even small increases, because those increases you are referring to are not increases of the nature that you are now proposing. They were very small compared to what you are proposing. It already resulted in huge job losses for farm workers, and those who are working reduce working time, which means that they don't even benefit from the increases. We already know that they, in any event, even when they make the cuts, on their cost of employment, they also pass on this cost to the consumer who's buying the food, meaning the price of food will go up, and which means now everybody needs more money. So meaning the impacts may not only be limited to the farm workers, but to the broader society due to increasing food prices. So it is important then that you consider this proposal further, and how, in your view, these negative impacts or potential negative impacts can be mitigated, even as we call for the increase in the living wage. And for me, lastly, the issue of food waste. You know, we've heard the touching story of how people were even injured because they were trying to access food that was being disposed of. The Department of Trade and Industry, as well as the Consumer Commission, were engaged particularly on this issue of food wages, where we've had some stakeholders indicating that we need to relook at our laws, which will make it easier for food producers to donate food instead of wasting it. Because food producers are saying on their hand they cannot donate this food, because in terms of the law, if they donate food, they will be held liable for the food that they donate. So in your view then, what is your proposal then around food waste that will balance the need for food security and reduction of food waste, but would also maybe address the issues that producers have raised to say, we cannot just donate this food because we'll be held liable if we donate it and it happens that there was something wrong with the food. So what is your proposal around that? Thank you. That will be my last question, Commissioner.
So what Janine referred to about the tractors and the trucks of fruit that are become part of compost. Sometimes the food is substandard. It's not harmful, but it's substandard for export or for the commercial market. But it's still healthy food that can be consumed. So that food needs to be distributed amongst the local communities, made available. If food is unhealthy, if it's unhygienic for consumption, that's one thing. But on farms, we see that there are food produce that's just because it's not, doesn't meet the criteria for commercial market, that can still be used.
Will maybe just a follow up, will designated dumping sites for those kind of items maybe be a stop measure which allows the maybe the food producer to quote unquote dump in a designated area, not where all the other rubbish is being dumped, which is relatively cleaned and maintained, and then will be members of the public, meaning then they'll be relieved of the duty because they've disposed of it properly, and then it'll be the members of the public who make the decision whether they want to, instead of just taking it to where, you know, rubbish is being disposed. Can that be an interim measure that can be a stopgap to address the concerns of producers?
Definitely, and if we have a more localized food structure, if there are localized markets and food systems governed by communities, then they can evaluate, and even food produce can be used for and processed, localized, processed, and sell or distributed at localized markets. So there are ways, but that necessitate a mindset of the food system. And that's why we also articulate and advocate for more localized food systems that can manage even those excess and food that is not deemed fit for commercial markets.
So much to the evidence leaders. Commissioner Ntuli. Thank you. Commissioner Queen, no questions? No question. I think for me, I have just one question, and perhaps it builds up on what Ms. Mlombo stated in terms of food wastage. If there was an alternative, and I don't want to call it dumping sites, because it means that, as you said, if you live like a pig, and we don't want anyone to be living like a pig, we want to use this process to restore your dignity. How would you, as the producers of the food, want access to that food that is deemed to be waste? but we know what happens. It's sold to other producers, and then how do you want that process perhaps to have an input, and perhaps the Department of Health, the Consumer Commission is listening on how perhaps they can provide an alternative to access to the waste food.
I think the food that they waste, they can set up a place and maybe make some hampers or something. People can stand in a line, they can give each of them something. I didn't think I will hold the food for 2, 3 days because I know I can hold that food so much long. And that food, usually it's not rotten food because sometimes, for example, like the albato, ne, when they do a slaughtering on the Wednesday, all that stuff like the liver, the lungs, and the offals, they transfer it to the dumping site where the hospital and all that stuff lay there. And now they're going through also the food that is not even rotten, they throw it there, and the children go, people go and go grab it because it is food. But if they bring it to the community, to the rural areas, and they give it, or to the farms, and give it to the people, that will be better.
Thank you so much. I think what I'm going to then perhaps request is the supplementary submissions and how you see waste, the waste of food, especially the production space being reduced. So how the recommendations you'd like to make to the commission, as well as any additional submissions you'd like to make in terms of your interactions with the evidence leaders. Thank you so much, ladies, for your testimony, especially your personal testimonies on how you, as the producers of the food that we eat, that arrives at our table, live for months on end. Thank you so much. You're excused from the witness podium. In terms of the program, we then have the Minister of Health. May I request that the representatives from the Department of Health take the witness podium?
Good morning. I think we have 4 representatives. So perhaps if 3 of us sit here, and then if that is in order. Thank you.
Good day, ladies. Just for brief introductions, your names as well as the role that you play at the Department of Health. We do note that the minister is not here, but once we have sworn you in or taken or affirmed you in, we will then go through the process of the absence of the minister. Thank you.
So good morning. I think we would like to start by, we have been asked to apologize for the absence of our minister, Dr. Motsoaledi, as well as the Deputy Minister, Dr. Joe Pachler. Likewise, apologies from our Acting Director General, Professor Nicholas Crisp, and the Deputy Director General responsible for primary health care, Ms. Jeanette Hunter. So in our delegation today, I am Dr. Leslie Bamford. I am employed in the National Department of Health as a child health specialist, but I'm currently acting Chief Director for Maternal, Child and Women's Health. I am joined by Ms. Robonim Ntsi, who is the Chief Director for Health Promotion, Nutrition and Oral Health, by Ms. Penny Campbell, who is the Director for Food Control, and by Ms. Zandile Kubeka, who is the Deputy Director for Child Nutrition, also in the Department of Health.
So much. Perhaps let's just ask, will all of you be making presentations, or will it just be one particular speaker?
So it will just be one presentation. I will lead the presentation, but the colleagues are with me to assist in answering questions.
All right. Perhaps let me swear all 4 colleagues in and affirm, because we do have a procedural aspect that we just need to go through, and then we will determine how to move forward in terms of the department's health presentation. So we'll start perhaps with right at the beginning, and then we'll move across. Good morning, ma'am. Full names for the record.
Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, evidence leaders, as well all interested parties. My full name is Penelope Tracy Campbell.
Ma'am, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
I will take the oath, please.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Right hand.
Sorry, right hand. So help me God.
Yeah, I think today the ladies are confirming that when you give women directions, and that's why we're always late. Full names for the record.
Leslie Jean Bamford.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
I'll take the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Commissioners,
Your full names for the record.
my full names are Pauline Reboni Ntie.
Will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners, evidence leaders, and all other parties. Thank you.
Full names for the record.
I am Marion Zandile Kubeka.
When will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. In terms of the procedural aspect, the position of the panel as well as the commission is that because the minister is the political head, we would want the minister to be physically present before the commission. I see that he is not here today. Perhaps you can just explain the absence of the minister, and then the panel will consider the way forward. Thank you.
So, as I indicated, the minister is not available today. We believe that he is in Cape Town attending to parliamentary business. We were therefore, this delegation was therefore, as I indicated, requested by our Acting Director General to represent the department and the minister.
terms of the delegation, is it in writing?
So the delegation is in writing from the Director General. As far as I'm aware, there is not a written delegation from the Minister.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Ntuli, any input questions based on the answers from the representative from the Department of Health?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for making yourselves available for this very important inquiry. By direction of the chairperson of the panel, together with the full panel, a decision has been made that all ministers who have either been invited or subpoenaed have to appear in person. Alternatively, they would have to then submit a written delegation of authority to whoever is appearing on their behalf. Given that you are appearing in the absence of the minister, but also in the absence of the delegation of authority from the minister himself, we would have to apply uniform rules for all that we have invited or subpoenaed. So, Chairperson, through you, my view is that we should apply uniform rules and do the same for the Ministry of Health as we have done for other ministries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Queenana, any inputs?
Good morning, colleagues, but like we said, even with the previous minister, it would be important to get a proper proof that indeed the minister is engaged in a parliamentary engagement, so that there is really uniformity in how we deal with all the political heads. Otherwise, it could just look like we are not treating them similarly. So maybe for that. But also, if you say there is a delegation of authority, that delegation of authority, as you said, is from the DG, and again, it is not addressing the concern. The concern is with regard to the person that we wanted to appear. So again, Chair, it just brings us back to the fact that the colleagues that are before us cannot be able to address the issues, and would rather have the minister to be before us this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before the one aspect that I just also want to note is that the Department of Health was one of the first departments to make submissions and also confirm availability. Therefore, as a result of that communication, the minister was not subpoenaed. We acted on the invitation as well as the reply of the invitation. Hence, we are then going to warn the department, the representatives, that the minister needs to be cautioned to appear before us. I mean, we note and accept the apology. However, we are going to ask that the minister appear before us, because we are going to be sitting for the second leg of the inquiry and the dates will be announced for that second leg. We will then communicate same with the minister for his appearance. Therefore, the department as well as the minister are provisionally excused until warned, cautioned to appear at the next leg of the inquiry, and the dates will be communicated with the department through the two colleagues who have been communicating with the department. Thank you so much, ladies. You're provisionally excused and cautioned to appear at the next date. Thank you.
That's noted. Thank you.
We had allocated 2 hours to the Department of Health as well as the Minister of Health. Therefore, congratulations, we're an hour ahead of time, but that gives us more time to actually have conversations with the other stakeholders. So we are going to just pause here just so we can confirm if the other stakeholders are here for their submissions, and then we will revert at 12:20. Thank you.
hello. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioners have notified me to request you to please take lunch now while they are waiting for the minister to respond. I don't know. Yeah.